Hello, hello. How about now for audio? Hello, hello. Hopefully that's a little bit better. Yay, audio. Woo! Okay, so pretty much what's happening is that when I go on Restream, which is what I'm using to run all of the streams simultaneously, I set up a scheduled stream, but then I don't know how to join that scheduled stream, and instead I always end up just joining like a new stream. Obnoxious. Obnoxious. Oh, I got so many emails. Oof. I got so many things. All right, that's okay though. So we're going to be sprinting today, and it's going to be fantastic. We're going to run from 9 o'clock. We're going to start our sprints, and we're going to run all the way till 1 o'clock today. We'll be doing it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday this week. No stream on Friday because I have a writing retreat that I'm running. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how Restream works exactly. I have to figure that out. Hopefully I can do that. But in the meantime, excuse me. Did it work? Did it work? It worked. Huzzah. Okay. All right. All right, all right, all right. I'm managing a writing retreat. Yeah. So I am going to be running a writer's retreat, I'm one of the 3 facilitators, and it's going to be happening this weekend. I didn't really talk about it much leading up until this point because I sort of wanted to just see how it was going to go. And sort of to use it as a little bit of a template for what I might be doing next year. I'm not sure yet. Might be doing it. I need to not... I don't know. Yeah, I need to figure this thing out. All right. So the question is, what's everybody working on today? What are we doing today? I have a little bit of rework to do. So I wrote through like the middle of my book, the book that I'm currently working on, and I'm really liking it, but there were a couple pieces that were bothering me that I have to go back through and rework. And so today is really focusing on that, and then the next 3 days will be finishing the book. And I'm really excited for where it's going and like what's happening, but I realized that there were some foundational pieces that I was sort of missing. That is one of the real advantages of taking more time when you're working on something. And I am not one to talk about time because I speed through books like it's nothing. Um, I find that I write way better when I am just writing as fast as possible. It works way better for me to do that. So, oh, I need to send a message. Do it here. Chapter 23, The Price of Dirt and Mud. Don't know if I'll finish it before work. When are you going to be sticking around for the first couple of sprints, or heading out before them? Because we're going to get started here in about 21 minutes. Oh, sweet. Okay, so at least the first sprint. Nice. All right. Hello, hello. How you doing, Max? Yeah, we had a great time. It was fantastic. Demi is so fun to talk to. Has fantastic questions, man. Just really, really good questions. We had a great conversation. All right. Should I eat my apple or should I eat my banana first? That's the question. I don't know if there's a, like, one better than the other first. Now I'm really curious. Is there a nutritional for being a writer or an author, I cannot spell. Is there nutritional benefit in the order you eat fruit? Fiber first, then protein and fat, finishing with carbohydrates. I don't think it matters that much. Number one healthiest fruit, lemons. Interesting. Interesting. Well, I definitely think that the banana has less sugar. That's just anecdotal, though. I do like that idea, though, of eating the one with less sugar first, and then eating the one with more sugar halfway through. So I'm feeling a little bit more pumped up, and so I'll eat the banana. Do it. Eat your own banana. All right. Oh, nice. Got an interview coming up. Hey, sweet. Are you doing it live? Do you always do it live? I feel like you do. Question. How do you keep track of secondary and tertiary character names? Actually, I have an incredibly scientific way of doing that. Listen, I write them down on a sheet of paper next to my computer, and I just keep that sheet of paper open. And so by the end, it is filled, and I mean filled, with just randomly scrawled names in whatever space I had that was fast. And that's how I do it. And that's it. That's literally all of it, is that I just write them down. So, let me see here. So this is for Battle Mage Farmer 7. You can see I just write them down. So the reason I don't use an Excel sheet is that I dictate, and when I type, it just pulls me out of my thoughts. And if I was typing, I still would write them down, because writing them down fixes them in my brain better than typing them does. Because no joke, I used to go through chapters, and halfway through I would switch the name, and I wouldn't even consciously realize that I had switched the name, because typing it doesn't fix it in my mind, right? And so writing it, though, by hand fixes it in my brain and makes it so that I can actually, like, remember at least a little bit better. Not always. I'll still often have to refer to it to know. But yeah, like this is the book that I'm currently working on. I don't know if you can see that. And I'll just keep this open, and then I'll start scrawling all over the page. So today I am working on going back and fixing some of the things that need to be fixed. We're going to be getting started in about 12 minutes, folks. So make sure that you are ready to go. We will be doing our half-an-hour sprints and then coming back and taking a 10-minute break and then doing our half-an-hour sprints, and so on and so forth. But I do think that writing something down by hand has something to do with muscle memory. It really allows you to fix whatever it is. Yes. Yeah. Max, given your position, the question is, how fast do you write? And how fast can you turn out a second book? So I follow a specific path of writing. And there are multiple paths in writing. And you might think of it as a spectrum. On the one side, you have people who write sort of the way I do, which is in volume. On the other side, you have people who write with the intent of making every single word like magic, right? And neither one is wrong. They just produce different results. Now, I have a very strong opinion about which one is ultimately better for a sustainable long-term career. But not every path works for every person. My understanding of which one is better stems largely from how I naturally operate. So I just went to ASC, Author Sustainability Conference, and while I was there, I learned about a couple of different writer archetypes, or 4 different writer archetypes. The airplane, which is someone who just wants to get to the destination. The highway, which is someone who wants to get to the destination, but still likes to see some sights along the way. The scenic route, which is somebody who is going to get to the destination, but is really interested in sort of exploring the path. And then the hiker, who is somebody who doesn't actually care about the destination. They just want to enjoy the sights, right? And these are 4 different kinds of writers. And I won't get into all of the specifics of it, but Becca Sims has just a huge amount of content around these ideas that's well worth looking into. But I realized that I am very much an airplane, right? I want to get to the destination. And so I set my goal and I aggressively pursue it. Not everybody writes like that. Not everybody operates that way. That's totally fine. Every single way is great. They just produce different results, right? So the question when you're asking, should I polish or should I pub, is really a question of how quickly can I get the next one out, and what is the ratio of excellence to profitability. Because if you're someone who is going to write relatively slowly, and it's going to take you 6 months to a year to come up with your second book, then you have to make every book so good that people are willing to wait 6 months to a year. And if you can't, then you need to keep practicing your craft. Because that model of 1 to 2 books a year requires quality that is really, really high. If, on the other hand, you're following my strategy, which is just write a lot of content and get better with every book, then it matters less the quality of the book that you're currently writing. It only matters that you continue improving. Because people will give you a few books, as long as there's not, content that is offensive to them. They'll give you a few books to find out whether they like your style or not. And if they see you improving, they will keep reading forever. because you've made an implicit promise to them, which is that you are going to keep improving forever. And so if you're looking at your publishing, like the landscape of your publishing career, and you're saying to yourself, where I am right now, I can only get a couple of books out, then make them the best books you can possibly put out. But if you're in a situation like I am, where it's like, no, this is what I do full time, or I have a lot of time to commit to this, even when I was working another job, I had a lot of time to commit to writing. And so it was, okay, let me just make the book as good as I can now without worrying about polishing it to the, until it really, 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 really shines. And then let me publish it. And then let me put out another book. And that book will be better than the first book. And my third book is going to be better than the first or the second book. And the fourth book is going to be even better. And that's going to continue, right? And so in the last 5 years, I've published like 27 books, written 30 books. And with everyone getting better, my readers are now trained into, okay, Seth is going to be releasing books and each one is going to get better than the last, right? And so I'm willing to come along on this ride. But if you're following that philosophy of every book that I write is going to get better and I'm not going to spend time polishing the books that I'm writing overly much, because I do try to make them as good as I possibly can in the moment, but you're only releasing a book once or twice a year, then your readers just aren't going to come along for the journey because your quality is not going to be worth the wait in between books. Does that make sense? At the end of the day, content is king, right? At the end of the day, we are in the business as authors of selling books. And so it is vitally important that we understand where we fall on that continuum and what leeway, what goodwill our audience is going to give us. So I have to ask Seth, does my strategy change based on genre? So I've only really written in fantasy lit RPG. And so I am not, answering that question is a little bit hard, but not completely hard, because I'm currently writing a standalone novel that's a like utopian thriller, and it 100% does change. That book is a book that I'm going to polish and polish and polish and polish because I only get one shot. It's different in lit RPG because I'm pulling, or in fantasy because I'm pulling somebody along on a story, and there's the promise of next book and next book and next book and next book, right? When they get into it, they know it's not just a one-off. But if I'm giving somebody a one-off, it has to be absolutely fantastic. And so it does change based on genre. But if I end up writing in romance, which I might start a pen name in romance because there's some romance books that I want to write. If I do that, my strategy in that will not change. It will continue to be this sort of rapid release, let me get better style, right? But that's, again, because somebody who's reading a utopian thriller is maybe reading 8 to 12 books a year. Someone who is reading as their primary genre is very choosy in what they read. Somebody who's reading romance is like somebody who reads lit RPG. They're typically going to be a whale, right? Somebody who reads just a huge quantity of books. And so having slightly less quality but slightly increased pace of release makes more sense from a strategic standpoint. So I once mentioned that I would love to write Titan again, and somehow you don't want to sit there and go, man, maybe the books didn't sell because the first one is bad, but the rest is great. So I didn't say write a bad book. I didn't say release a bad book. If your book is bad, don't release it. Write a good first book, and then write a better second book. The question is, how much time do you spend trying to make it good, right? That's, again, where if you're finding yourself having to spend a lot of time, then probably your craft is not quite at the point where you can do a rapid release. Yeah, okay, so that's another great point. AR, yeah, yes, I'm absolutely talking about minimum viable product. This is how, it's sort of how I run my life, right? Minimum viable action is what I call it. It's finding the smallest unit that I can repeat to move myself forward. Okay? And so that's just, it's part of my deliberate practice. It's part of my life philosophy that I should be taking actions that move me the furthest distance while also allowing me to tune my my behavior to improve in whatever facet I'm in, whether that's in business, whether that's in personal relationships, etc., etc., etc. Book blindness is a thing as a writer. It's absolutely a thing. And how to know when you've been in it too long. Give it to other people. Don't rely on your own opinion. Your opinion is 99.9% of the time always wrong. My opinion is 99 about, especially about my own stuff, is 99.99% of the time always wrong. Like, it's just, we don't have good context for ourselves because we are ourselves, right? Where I sit in this chair looking out at all of you, I have incredibly limited perspective. And the same is true for my books, right? And so that's why it's so important to get feedback from other people. You should not be relying on your opinion as the sole arbiter of whether it's good enough to publish. So when you give it to them, ask one simple question. Would you read the second book? That's it. That's all you care about. Will you read the second book? No matter what you think about it, will you pick up the next one? And if they say no, then ask them why and fix those problems. If they say, yes, I'd read the second book, then publish. It's a really simple algorithm. Will you buy the second book? Not because you know me, but if you read this out in the wild, would you buy the second book? All right. Well, folks, it is time to get started. I just opened the wrong thing. What am I doing here? I am late because we are having great conversations. Let's get our music going. Let's set it so that it's not gigantic. Is that really loud? Feels really loud. We are ready. All right. It is 31 minutes on the clock. Boom. Let's get to it. So we are back, folks. We are done with our sprint. And how'd it go? Let me know. I'm not tracking word count. I'm tracking scenes. So today I got through about half a scene. Hey, 9:23 is fantastic. I know it might not be exactly what you were hoping for before you went to work, but that's okay. I love it. I love it. So I got through about half a scene. I probably wrote close to 600 words. I'm trying to figure a couple of things out, including like power system stuff. Orc 113. 1300, fantastic. 750 max, good job. Love to see it. Yeah, so today I'm not tracking my word count. I'm running different scenes because I'm adding to existing content. And so I want to make sure that I'm fitting it in. But I got about half a scene done. I have a little bit more to go with this one, and then I'm moving into another scene that I have to add to. We'll keep going. Don't stop now. Because we're having a good time. Something like that. Is that how it goes? The Supernova. 6 minutes, and we're going to be jumping back in. We're going to be sprinting once more. Because this isn't just about sprinting once, it's about sprinting as many times as we possibly can during this period of time. That's the thing. Hey, thank you so much for joining us. Really awesome to have you. It's awesome. So, hope you have a good day at work. Hope you get to work on your writing a little bit more a little bit later. But seriously, it's been fantastic. So, what's everybody else working on? All right, so Orc is asking a question. What would I do if while writing I hadn't made any space for chapter breaks? Do I just finish the story and then go back and figure that out? Sure. Or add them now. Doesn't matter. Do it whenever you want. I write very... Actually, Bodegazilla was yelling at me about this last week. But I write incredibly... like regimented and structured chapters, and so it's just not a good question for me. Yeah, exactly. Really, I would say just write it however you want and then go back in and figure out where the chapter breaks should go, based on feeling, because I'm not a good person to ask that question to, because I write like ridiculously structured chapters. So, okay, this is fascinating. I don't outline nearly at all. I have very, very little outlining. I just am so incredibly ingrained into the 2,500 word story flow that I typically just write 2,500 words and then I'm done, and then I kick to the next chapter and then I keep going, right? But and I typically micro arc in that 2,500 words. Not every time. Sometimes it's awkward. Sometimes, but the majority of the time, that's like the natural pacing of my of my storytelling is 2,500 words. And it's because I have read so many web novels and so many web serials. And 2,000 words is like the gold standard for Chinese web novels. And I have read so many of them that is just stuck in my head. But then I swapped when I started writing. 2,000 felt a little bit too short, so I swapped to 2,500 because it fit me a little bit better. It fit my pacing a little bit better, and so that's what I do. And now I just write 2,500 word chapters. That's it. It's man, it's kind of funny. But I'm excited. I'm excited to get back into this. No, it does not vary from book to book. I write 2,500 word chapters. I write typically 47 2,500 word chapters, and that's it. Yeah, so me and Bodegazilla were talking about this, about writing different chapter lengths in order to control the flow of the story. And he had a great point that that chapter length is actually a tool that an author has for controlling the reading pace. And I think that is, I think that's great. And honestly, I'd love to learn how to do it. Right now, with what I'm doing, I'm not going to change for at least the next year because I'm already set in what I'm like. I already have planned what I'm doing. I'm not deviating from my plan unless the world explodes. And so I'm just going to keep writing as I write. But I do think that at some point, this will be one of the things that I need to add to my arsenal is the ability to just shift the pace of it. Right? So that's what I'm going to do. All right, folks, it is time to get going with our next sprint. This is going to be the second sprint of the day. Let's go ahead and get going. My sound is off. Haha. Um, that's it for our second sprint. And we are taking a little break before we get into our third sprint for the day. I thought I was going to get through the entirety of the scene, but I'm not quite there. I still need a little bit to tie it together, and then I'll be switching into another scene. Trying to wrestle with how much I want to reveal now versus how much I want to, reveal later, Hey, lady, welcome. Good morning. 2 pages done, almost done with chapter 31. Fantastic. I love that. Well done. Well done. Well done. Welcome to anybody else who is joining us. Sweet, Rachel. Glad to see you. Glad you're going to be joining us for a sprint. Is that? Okay. There we go. Yeah. Today I am not tracking my word counts because I'm just throwing, or I'm adding scenes, and so it's a little bit hard to be precise about word count. So rather than worrying about it, I'm just thinking about this in scenes. There are a couple of little scenes that I want to add to try to flesh everything out. And then tomorrow, and then I need to, the second half of the day will be spent plotting to make sure that I have the rest of the book plotted out so that tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday, because we're going to be running sprints tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday, I will be able to crank out the rest of this book. I'm excited for it. This is a good one. Man, this is such a good one. This is very different than a lot of other stuff that I've done. It has more of a classic fantasy vibe, and I'm digging it. Oh man, I'm digging it. Sometimes I think that maybe I want to write a classic fantasy, and I don't want to even write a lit RPG. This one is lit RPG. I'm writing a card system book, and I'm enjoying it quite a bit, thinking in terms of cards. But I am kind of considering maybe I just want to write a classic fantasy. I don't know. That could be fun. Jacob, thank you. Glad to be back. I have to say, for the last 2 days, I have noticed myself getting increasingly more and more and more tense. And then I sat down to write today, and all of that tension just flowed out. It's been almost 2 weeks since I wrote anything, and it's killing me. It was killing me. I'm fine now. I'm totally fine. I'm great because I'm back to writing. So, all right. Well, how's everybody doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope things are going swimmingly for you. What is it that you're working on? That's the question. Like I said, am working on adding some scenes in to make sure that my tone and the flow of this book is correct. And then once that's done, I'm going to be plotting to make sure that I have the rest of my book figured out. Because what I'm doing now is changing things a little bit. Yep. Ooh, nice. Rachel heading into a fight scene before getting to the climax. I love that. That's fantastic. Are you writing fantasy? Are you writing sci-fi? Are you writing thriller? Something else? Cultivation. Love it. Man. Yesterday, I started reading a cultivation novel. I forgot how much fun they are. I forgot how much I like them. The tropes are just so good. They're so good. So yeah, that's awesome. I love that. I kind of want to write a cultivation novel. The first book I ever wrote is a cultivation novel, and it sits in Google Drive and will probably never see the light of day because I've looked at it like a dozen times, and I'm like, this is unfixable. But that's okay. Hey, Steampunk Spider sounds cool. First book Bodegazilla ever wrote was a mystery / thriller. It's definitely unfixable. You know, it's so fascinating how that can happen. It's so fascinating to me how that can happen. You know, you write something, and at the time, it's the best that you can do. And then later you look at it and you're like, ugh, the sheer number of problems is just too high to mess with. Too high to mess with. All right. So we've got 2 minutes, and then we're going to be jumping back into our next sprint. This is going to be our third sprint of the day. Third sprint? Yeah, third sprint of the day. Oh, hey, lady, that's cool. I love that. Like, I love that idea of you know, as you're working on something, being able to envision pieces of the next thing. That's definitely how I work as well. Yeah, Orc, cultivation is a style of Eastern fantasy that involves the development of the spirit or the body through assimilation of or association with the Tao or the way. And so really it's just a style of Eastern fantasy. And it has to do with progression, how the person progresses through the power levels. So a question, if any of you have read cultivation novels, what was the first cultivation novel you read? I read Coiling Dragon, and it changed my life forever. I loved that. My favorite is still I Shall Seal the Heavens, for sure. Like, that story is just... There was something about it that I just cannot shake. Like, in terms of... there's something about it that, like... Irgen, the author, just in I Shall Seal the Heavens, just perfectly encapsulates, like, both of the kinds of writing that I love. Absurdity and sort of whimsical literary fiction. I love both of those. And man, I Shall Seal the Heavens just like perfectly nailed that line for me. So good. So good. If you have not read I Shall Seal the Heavens and you have 6 months, give it a try. It's a pretty long novel. It's a pretty long story, I should say. It's a lot of different novels. But it is time to go. We are late. Oh no. I got so excited talking about cultivation stories that I missed my timer. All right, we're going to jump into it. 31 minutes on the clock. You ready, folks? Let's do this thing. Hello, hello. Welcome back, everybody. Oops, oops, oops. Okay, so for some reason the music is quitting, and I don't know why. I don't know why it's quitting. Maybe I'm out of music. Maybe I need to reload it each time, or I need more of it. I probably need more of it. I'm gonna do that. Okay. Yeah, I'm curious. I don't know. I don't know why I quit. All right. What do we got here? Lady wrote 2 pages. Very nice. Rachel, 600 words. Love it. Fantastic. I got through the rest of my scene. I tidied it up, and I started figuring out where I'm going to insert the next scene. In this next sprint, it should be pretty quick to do that. And then I need to read through sort of the second half of what I have written in order to tune some things so that it all sort of falls in. I realized as well that I have another scene that I need to add, which will sort of expand. So far, I've added over a chapter of content to this book, which is pretty good, and I'll keep going there. Yeah, pretty excited about it. I might need to do some work tonight, though, in order to do the, or maybe tomorrow morning early, in order to do my plotting, because I'd really like to start back up on new content tomorrow. We'll see. We will see. Orc, 1460, fantastic. Love it. All right, coming up on the last part for chapter 31. That's great. Good job, good job. Well, I have to say I'm pretty happy with how this is going. First day back into writing after 2 weeks off. I feel like I was starting to get the shakes at the end there, from having not written, but I'm really happy to be back into it. I'm feeling like really energized. The conference I went to, ASC, Author Sustainability Conference, was really good. I had a lot of great conversations with people. I had a great time hanging out, and I learned some interesting things, some good ways to frame my perspective. But then also I got some real solid insight into a couple of things that have sort of been weighing on me or bugging me. And so I'm excited to put all of that into practice. Oh, bummer. Yeah, Bodegazilla. I definitely understand that, though. Sometimes you're itching to write, and then you get there, and you're like, ugh, what do I do? You know? Often what I do is I change what it is I'm working on. You know? Rachel, I think that if you're in a position where sustainability is a question on your mind, then it's absolutely worth going to. Like, it's a good conference for that. Depending on where you are in your career, I think it'll be helpful or not helpful, right? If you're just starting out, it's not something you really need to worry about so much. You probably just need to spend your time writing. But if you're a little way into your career and you're starting to realize how much work it is, and you're finding yourself having trouble balancing your workload, I would say that there was just a huge amount of really helpful information. I'm curious to see how it goes next year. I'm not sure that I'm going to go next year, It will depend a little bit on if they invite me back to speak or not. We'll see. But I think it was definitely worth it. I had a great time. It was really cool meeting the people there. It was fun to go to Ireland, and I got a lot of really helpful stuff from it. Often at conferences, the value is in the conversations that you have with people when you're just sort of hanging out, and in the new people you meet. So, all right, sounds good. Bodegazilla. Well, thank you. Yeah, I had a fun time getting to talk. It's a subject that's near and dear to my heart, and so getting to talk on sustainability, and specifically getting to talk on building sustainable revenue, is something for me that is really important. So, love that. It was a good time. And hopefully people got some value out of it. You never know when you're getting up to speak whether what you're saying actually is, helpful to other people or not. Hopefully it is. But I definitely had a fun time standing up on stage and pontificating for 45 minutes. I did make them a little bit nervous, though, just because I had 45 minutes to talk, and I talked for like 43 minutes. And I think they were thinking, oh, geez, Seth isn't going to be done, is he? But I had timed it pretty well. All right, folks, 1 minute, and then we're going to be jumping into our next sprint. We're going to do this one on time. Well, thank you, Orc. I appreciate that. I hope they're helpful. I do enjoy making them, and so I'm going to keep making them. But what I would love is if any of you have suggestions for video topics that you would love to, hear, definitely let me know. Happy to talk about whatever. Rachel, thank you so much for joining our sprinting along with us. Good luck in your meeting. All right, folks, it is time to get into it. So let's do this. Hopefully the music won't stop this time. right. Well, there we go. That was an interesting sprint. I feel like I did manage to get a good bit done, but it was a little bit fractured. It was like a lot of stuff in a lot of places, and now I'm starting on sort of the second main scene that I have to add. I have this scene to add and then a little bit of tuning to do, but pretty happy with where we are. We have, I think, 2 more sprints coming up, and I'm pretty sure I'll be able to get through all of the adjustment stuff I need to do. It's coming a little bit slower than I had hoped, but that's normal because I'm not just adding a big new section. I'm like adding it in so that it fits in with what already exists. And then this afternoon in my writing session, I'll work on plotting. So I think that's what I'm going to do. But right now, I'm going to run to the bathroom. So I'll be right back. All right, I'm done. Huzzah! Here I am. All right, so Jacob says, well, first, orc, 1,100 words. I love that. Fantastic. Let's see. Jacob says, I'd love to get more videos on YouTube in general on tropes and plot archetypes. Sanderson does it offhandedly a lot, but I'd love something more comprehensive as a reference. Okay. I can maybe think about doing some trope work and plot archetypes. Yeah, I could talk about that a little bit. And then Moravian, I'd suggest a topic of the fine line between plot and progression. It feels like a lot of books sacrifice one for the other, and a few books have blended them a lot better. Yeah, so this is a new problem. This is not a problem that has existed for a really long time, and so I think people are still figuring it out. I could absolutely do a video or even a series of videos on the differences between plot and progression and how to maybe navigate them, at least from my point of view. Again, this is not a solved problem. The difference between plot and progression and where the balance is for what I write, at least for progression fantasy, that is a really tricky line. And sometimes they blend well and sometimes they don't. And different kinds of stories focus on one over the other. For instance, we were talking about cultivation earlier. Plot is almost entirely irrelevant in cultivation novels. I know because I just read a nearly 1,200 chapter book that was no plot or next to no plot and entirely progression. And I read it because I didn't think it could be done. And it was done. And it was done well enough that it kept me reading the whole time. And it really sort of changed the way I think about this a little bit. And I'm so even I'm adjusting my own thoughts on this, but it's a really interesting question. That's a really, really fascinating question. I'm going to write that down. Plot versus progression. And then the other one is tropes / plot archetypes. Curious. Let me send a message really quick before I forget it. All right. So in 3 minutes, we're going to be jumping in for our next sprint. We'll be seeing how they go. Interesting. I need book recommendations because I have 3 credits that are going to expire within 30 days that I have to use soon. I will do that. I need to use them, which means I need to buy some books. Audible. I need audiobooks, recommendations for audiobooks. I'd prefer nonfiction and I'd prefer craft books, I think. Unless there's a non-craft, nonfiction book that really changed your life, in which case let me know about that. I need nonfiction. It can't be. I can't listen to fiction audio. It doesn't move fast enough for me. I have read The Emotional Craft of Fiction, and I loved it. Donald Moss is like boss. Seriously, boss. But think about it. Think about good books for me to read, and let's jump into this next sprint because it is time. It is time. Let's do this thing. 31 minutes on the clock, and let's get going. How'd we do, folks? How'd we do? So that was our next to last sprint. We have one more sprint that's going to be coming up in about 8 minutes. But boy, that was, again, it's so interesting going back in and trying to add in bits and pieces to make things and tune things. Love it. Jacob, 641 dissertation words today. Fantastic. That's awesome. That is awesome. All right, now I got to look these books up. Devil in the White City. Interesting. Okay. You know, I read On Writing a while ago, but it might be good to get a refresher. Time Traveler's Guide to Elizabethan England. Oh my goodness, that sounds actually fantastic. That actually sounds like super good. Orc, 1,300 words. Love it. Good job. Good job, good job, good job. Audible. I'm going to log into Audible and I'm going to buy some of these things. And then on writing, let's do that. I feel like Story is one that I've read. Oh, it's a screenwriting book. That's right. I think I read that. What else? How to write best-selling fiction. Oh my goodness. Story Genius. I think I read... Well, I have one more credit that I need to spend, and I need to figure out what to spend it on. Maybe The Psychology of Money. The interesting. So I'm curious. There are a couple of books that I'd love to read, but I don't know how helpful they would be to me at this point in my life. Specifically some Robert Greene books. I like Robert Greene. I read a book called Mastery that he wrote, and it was absolutely fantastic. It was like really, really good. I would definitely recommend it to everybody. Robert Greene, Mastery. All right. Well, we have 2 minutes, folks, and then we're going to be jumping back into sprinting. I should finish eating my apple. I've still got one thing to do. One I've still got one scene to write or to finish. And then I have a little bit of review to do. And then I gotta get going. All right. It's time. We're going to do this thing. This is our last sprint of the day. I'm sorry, of the stream. So let's get going. Kick off our music. And we'll start sprinting. All right. How we doing, folks? That was our last sprint for the stream. We're going to be jumping off here, but I will be back tomorrow for more sprinting because I'm going to try to do it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday this week. So I hope that you were able to get some words in. I certainly was. I'm really happy with the parts that I've added to this book. I think it's just going to make it so much better. But yeah, I'm pumped. I'm pumped. I still have a bunch of work to do before tomorrow to make sure that I'm ready to go with writing new content when tomorrow comes. But thank you all so much for joining me for these sprints. Jacob, thanks. Orc, thanks. Yeah, we'll jump on tomorrow. We'll do this again. Friday and Monday I'll be gone, but next week I'll be Tuesday through Friday, I think. We'll be sprinting, and then after that, my hope is 5 days a week. We're going to be doing this all the way through till May sometime. So we're going to be doing a bunch more of these, but thank you all so much for joining today, and yeah, I'll catch you later.